Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Plack, will open the Senate with prayer. You bet. Thank you.
Let us pray. Author of life, who put into our hearts such deep desires that we cannot be at peace until we rest in you. Mercifully guide our lawmakers on the path of your choosing. Lord, may your holy word be for them a lamp and a light in these cataclysmic times. Keep our senators mindful of the importance of being people of integrity, striving to please you in all of their work. Give them a strong vision of a godly nation and world with a promising future. May their humility match your willingness to help them. May their dependence on you liberate them from anxieties about the future. And Lord, be with the members of the illustrious spring page class of 2025 in all of their tomorrows. We pray in your great name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Would you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. President. You do such a good job. Under the previous order, leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and will resume consideration of the following nomination, to which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, James O'Neill of California to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa.
I come to the Senate to congratulate the University of Iowa's Department of Ophthalmology. It's the 100th anniversary of this famed department. For a century, this department has improved the lives of Iowans and made a significant national impact. This department and its members have consistently ranked among the top 10 of the U.S. News and World Report and Ophthalmology Times. Beyond its ranking, the department has been a world leader in treating serious inherited eye diseases and other vision problems. In the 1990s, the department established the first Center for Macular Degeneration in the United States, providing patient care and conducting research into more effective treatments. The department has a rich history of innovative research and clinical trials to advance eye care. Today, its research includes making groundbreaking discoveries into genes responsible for common and rare retinal diseases. Researchers are also integrating artificial intelligence to diagnose and treat eye diseases. Thanks to this dedication, the department has trained generations of doctors and specialists who now serve in hospitals and clinics across the country, expanding its impact far beyond Iowa City, Iowa. I commend everyone who has contributed to this remarkable legacy. The present fact faculty, staff, students, and patients. And of course, we need to always remember the pioneers in this area who have now passed on. May the next century be just as impactful as the first century for the University of Iowa's Department of Ophthalmology. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for many months now, we've been laying the groundwork for legislation to make tax relief for hardworking Americans permanent and invest in our security to build a stronger, safer, and more prosperous America. And we are very nearly there. It's been an exciting week in the Senate with the Environment and Public Works Committee and the Armed Services Committee releasing their portions of the text. The text comes from the Commerce Committee and the Banking Committee very soon. I'm grateful for the hard work of so many members and the committee chairs. This has been a deeply collaborative project from the get-go and the product of extensive work both within the Senate and between the Senate and the House. And between the good work of the House and the good work of the Senate, we are going to have an outstanding final bill. The bill text released this week by the Environment and Public Works and Armed Services Committees covers parts of the energy security and national defense sections of the final Senate bill. As I said on the floor yesterday, energy is the critical resource. Without a reliable energy supply, our homes, schools, hospitals, businesses, factories, our entire country literally grind to a halt. And that includes our national security and national defense capabilities as well. A secure, stable, abundant energy supply is essential for our national defense. It's essential for our economy, and it's essential to keeping energy affordable for hardworking Americans. And after 4 years of the Biden administration acting to constrain American energy production, our bill would help unleash American energy. It will suspend the Biden administration's natural gas tax, which threatened to both reduce supply and drive up energy prices for Americans. It will seek to end a key part of the Biden administration electric vehicle mandate, which threatened to put a dangerous new burden on our already shaky electric grid, and more. Meanwhile, the defense section of the bill, released this week by Chairman Wicker, will promote peace through strength by reversing the trend of underinvestment in our military. With China beginning to outpace the United States in key defense capabilities and manufacturing, it is especially critical that we act now to prevent the United States from falling behind on the national security front. And the defense title, while no substitute for robust yearly funding, will be a substantial step forward toward rebuilding our military to ensure that our service members are equipped to deter or defeat any threat. Our bill will provide $29 billion for shipbuilding to build 13 new battle force ships, rapidly grow a fleet of unmanned vessels, and expand our maritime industrial base. It will provide $25 billion for the President's Golden Dome to defend the homeland from missiles, drones, and hypersonics, including accelerating capabilities for the Space Force and modernizing existing U.S. missile defense sensors and sites like those that we have in Alaska. Our bill will provide $23 billion to expand advanced manufacturing capacity, restock critical munitions, and rebuild U.S. supply chains. It will provide $16 billion to develop and quickly field low-cost and next-generation weapons to arm our troops. Weapons like drones, counter-drone capabilities, cheap munitions, and AI capabilities. And a whole lot more, including expanding our Air Force fighter fleet and rebuilding our Pacific infrastructure. Our nation, Mr. President, will be safer and stronger because of the bill. And I'm grateful to Chairman Wicker, Chairman Capito, and all the members, both on and off of these committees, who have invested so much time to produce this energy and defense language. It is exciting to see so many months of work coming to fruition. And I look forward to the release of bill text coming from the Banking Committee and the Commerce Committee in the very near future, and consideration of this bill on the floor in the coming weeks. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader,
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
without objection.
Well, Mr. President, let me begin this morning with a sobering headline from the New York Times. The Times headline, "Millions would lose their Obamacare coverage under Trump's bill." That is exactly what Democrats have been warning about for weeks. What Republicans call their big, beautiful bill is really repeal and replace by another name. It's really repeal and replace by another name. It is a big, beautiful betrayal, not a big, beautiful bill. And yesterday we learned that the devastation potentially has only worsened. The nonpartisan CBO has now grown the number of impacted Americans to 16 million. 16 million will lose their Medicaid and ACA coverage. So the more you look at this bill, things keep getting worse because CBO now says not 13.7 million will lose coverage, but 16 million. The number of impacted people grows the more you look at this bill. And things keep getting even worse. We learned yesterday the news that Republicans may want to even go after Medicare. Medicare is on the chopping block. That's right. At yesterday's lunch, Republicans raised the possibility of Medicare cuts to pay for their billionaire tax cuts. The junior senator from North Dakota reportedly said, quote, "Why don't we go after that? I think we should." For Republicans to even suggest Medicare be cut to bankroll billionaire tax breaks is frightening and revolting. And there's more. The junior senator from Louisiana said, quote, "I'm not worried about people losing their health care," unquote. You know what happens when people lose their health care, when they can't afford it? People die. But what do Republicans have to say about that? Well, the junior senator from Iowa said this, "Well, we're all going to die." That quote tells you everything you need to know about this plan. Callous, clueless, careless. That's right. This plan is callous, clueless, and careless. But that's the Republican Party for you these days. They don't get it, or more likely, they don't care, just so long as billionaires can pay less in taxes. Republicans should forget calling this gargoyle of a bill their big, beautiful bill. They might as well call it the "We're All Going to Die Act," after what the senator from Iowa said. At least that name is more honest. The "We're All Going to Die Act." Donald Trump may claim this bill won't cut anyone from coverage, but he's lying. 16 million people will lose coverage. 11 million people will lose affordable food. Costs will spike. Hospitals will close. People will die. And why? For a tax break for billionaires. Now let me finish with this on a separate note. In order to make the ultra-rich even richer, their bill, according to CBO, would add over $2.4 trillion to the debt. Even Elon Musk calls this thing an abomination, his word. As the old saying goes, a broken clock is right twice a day. Republicans pride themselves as the supposed party of fiscal responsibility. But this bill they have belongs on the Mount Rushmore of fiscally irresponsible bills. So, I close with a warning to Republicans in the Senate. If you proceed with this big, ugly bill, this big betrayal of the American people, it won't be Donald Trump's soothing words that will be enacted in your states, but rather deep and devastating cuts, millions of job losses. You'll rip health care from millions, you'll explode the debt, and you'll shower billionaires with tax breaks. That's what you'll be doing, no matter what Donald Trump tells you on the telephone. I say to our Republican Senate colleagues, tread carefully, tread carefully. Now on the courts, we all know that Donald Trump sees himself as a king more than he does a president. He said it himself. Well, The Republicans' so-called big, beautiful bill will effectively place a crown on Donald Trump's head. Buried deep in the Republicans' bill is a nasty provision that would restrict the power of judges to hold government officials in contempt for violating court orders. The goal of this provision is very obvious. Republicans want to codify Donald Trump's attacks on our judiciary into law. When Senate Republicans include this lawless provision in their bill, Democrats will use every procedural hurdle in existence to kill it, including the birdbath process, because this type of draconian provision is a better fit for a dictatorship than for a democracy. Republicans want to defang the power of the courts. They want to make it easier, in effect, for the Trump administration to defy court rulings. If judges can't hold intransigent public officials in contempt, the judges' rulings are basically meaningless. Why bother having courts if you're just going to ignore them? This is a naked attack on the separation of powers, a very serious and damaging one if it ever would be enacted. If Republicans think they can pull a fast one on our courts by slipping this devious provision into their bill, they're dead wrong. Democrats will fight with every tool we have to stop this provision from ever becoming law. And finally, on Mr. Putin. Yesterday, Donald Trump posted online that Vladimir Putin, quote, very strongly said he will have to respond to the recent attacks on Russian airfields by Ukraine. Here's what President Trump should have said to Vladimir Putin. He should have said, Vladimir Putin, end this war now. Stop killing Ukrainian civilians. Stop your illegal invasion. But instead, Donald Trump is busy announcing Putin's military plans like a press secretary. Why is he acting like a bystander? He's the President of the United States. Donald Trump should show some backbone. Here's what the President needs to do. His administration has the power to help Ukraine defend itself with air defense systems, specifically ammunition for its Patriot systems that the U.S. or our European allies can provide. Ukraine has said these air defense systems are the best tools for protecting civilian life from Russian military strikes. We ought to do all we can to get them these very needed air defense systems ASAP. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
I ask you now to consent the quorum call be vitiated.
Objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to continue Republicans fighting, as we are fighting tooth and nail, to protect the rights of American citizens. And one of those rights, of course, is one that you and I know very well from our home states, the right to keep and bear arms. The Second Amendment guarantees that every American has the right to own and use a firearm. And every day, people across your state of Oklahoma, my state of Wyoming, use that right responsibly. We also know that for the last 4 years, Joe Biden, Chuck Schumer, and the radical Democrats have waged a war against the Second Amendment rights of American citizens. They tried to ban firearms, tried to tax ammunition to the point where it couldn't be afforded, directed the ATF to harass law-abiding gun owners, tried to make it impossible for citizens to buy, own, transport, or use a firearm. So now Republicans are in control in the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the White House. And we are defending the Second Amendment from those who would try to take it away from us. Senator Corden of Texas has introduced the Constitutional Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act. This bold legislation allows qualified citizens to exercise their Second Amendment rights in any states that respect concealed carry. Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas has introduced something called the SHORT Act. This legislation stops rogue bureaucrats, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms from harassing lawful gun owners. It shields citizens from unconstitutional gun registration schemes. Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee has introduced the Protecting Privacy in Purchasing Act. This legislation is a direct strike against Democrats' alarming overreach on gun purchases. It will safeguard gun owners from the government's invasive tracking and spying on lawful purchases. So, look, I'm proud, Mr. Chairman, to be a co-sponsor of all three of these pieces of important pro-freedom legislation. This fight is one of the most important that we're ever going to conduct. It's Democrats across the country are determined to take away the rights of law-abiding American citizens. They're pushing their anti-gun agenda in the courts. It's another place this is being fought out. They are scheming right here in the United States Senate to come after our Second Amendment rights. Mr. President, when Democrats held the majority, we know what we saw. They had the audacity to try to ram through an unconstitutional so-called assault weapons ban, and they tried to do it by unanimous consent, coming here onto the floor and just trying to sneak it through. Well, I was proud to stand here in this chamber, face them down, and emphatically say no to your unanimous consent. Now Democrats are in the minority. Have they changed in terms of their beliefs in the Second Amendment? No, not at all. They continue to be obsessed with banning semi-automatic firearms simply because of the way the firearms look. That's what they're after. Let me be clear. Democrats' ban on so-called assault weapons, that's their phrase, is an assault on law-abiding gun owners, assault against all of us. Every single page of their bill adds a new restriction, a new burden, and a new attack on citizens who follow the law. It dictates what you can buy and what you can't buy, bans more than 205 popular rifles, shotguns, and pistols, and it bans them by name. That's how extreme they have gotten. They want to trample on the rights of law-abiding citizens. And it's a fascinating thing, Mr. President, because they, instead of trampling on the rights of law-abiding citizens, they're out there trying to protect illegal immigrants' rights, saying they have rights. They don't. That is the contrast of our party fighting for the rights of citizens, their party fighting for the rights of illegal immigrants. Democrats are the party of defunding the police, the party of disarming the American people. Their actions have made our streets more dangerous, not safer. We're for safety and prosperity. They seem to be not for either. So I oppose any of these policies, Mr. President, that threaten the Second Amendment rights of the people of Wyoming, the people of your state of Oklahoma, and people from states all across the country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alsterbrooks.
you. Mr. President,
Minority Whip,
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
without objection.
Mr. President, on Tuesday, President Trump sent Congress proposed rescissions. A rescission bill is a cut to already enacted and funded programs. Looking closely at those cuts that have been proposed by the administration, I would like to speak to them this morning on the floor. Where has the President suggested we cut a very minuscule percentage of the federal budget to fund deficit-busting tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy from bipartisan programs that both parties have supported for years, programs that help the poorest in the world survive, even lead a normal life suffering from HIV and AIDS, that help countries become healthy democracies and trading partners literally for the United States, support peacekeeping efforts to prevent the spread of war and migration, programs that counter Chinese influence and help stem the flow of illicit drugs, radio and TV stations that provide news for America. That's where the President turned to make the cuts that he wants the money for to pay for a tax cut for the wealthiest people in America. For as long as I've been in Congress, there's always been a strong bipartisan support for foreign assistance programs. Now, you ask the average person in the street in Illinois or Oklahoma, what percentage of the federal budget do you believe is spent on foreign aid? The guesses are usually 10 to 20%. It's less than 1%. There was an understanding that modest efforts like those that cost just over 1% of the federal budget were the right thing to do by both political parties. You see, by helping stem pandemics and war and helping countries become healthy, free market democracies, we're actually helping our own country. We're stopping wars and upheavals before they start and spill over borders, alleviating the future need to send our troops into harm's way, and strengthening our own national security at home by mitigating instability around the world. We are creating allies in the process and trading partners for U.S. farmers and other American businesses that make for good jobs here at home. We're also demonstrating the best of America when it comes to our values, compassion, and ingenuity, something President George W. Bush understood when he created PEPFAR, which has saved millions of lives around the world from HIV and AIDS. That's why Ronald Reagan and John McCain, no pushovers, understood the incredible power and strategic value of helping countries across the globe become free, democratic, and prosperous. So why in the world would we cut such low-cost but impactful programs? I don't understand it. If there were international programs that were ineffective, and I admit such work can be difficult and with mistakes, then the place to fix them is through the regular appropriations process, not the wholesale gutting of a complete program like USAID. And a word on equally short-sighted proposed cuts to public broadcasting. While President Trump claims that eliminating funding for public media will end PBS and NPR's so-called woke agenda, I can't even define that for you, but that was the reason given. He fails to understand that more than 70% of this funding goes to local public media stations. I think people in central Illinois, where my home is, would be hard-pressed to even explain to you what a woke agenda is on national public radio. And in rural communities, these publicly funded news stations are often the only place to get good, up-to-the-minute information and to have the kind of warnings that are necessary when extreme weather is on the way. They provide local news coverage, educational programming, and emergency and weather alerts. Without public broadcasting, how will people in Kansas and Texas learn of the tornado alerts? How will children who lack access to preschool in Idaho or South Dakota be able to receive education before kindergarten? These cuts make no sense, and I call on my Republican colleagues in a bipartisan fashion to look at the impact they're going to have objectively across America. Mr. President, on a different topic, I want to say a few words about the tragic war in Gaza. There has been so much suffering, so much death, so much destruction. The Hamas attacks on Israel of October 7th, 2023, and the taking of hostages, with some 20 or 30 still left in captivity, left a stunned and grieving Israel with a difficult decision. From the start, I urged Israel to learn from our mistakes in the United States that we made in anger after the terrible attacks of September 11th. We shouldn't make these life and death decisions we've learned in the fury of emotion. But I fear that lesson was not followed, and the near total destruction of Gaza and humanitarian suffering will be seen as a terrible mistake, mistakes that cause generations of pain and hurt Israel's ultimate relationship with its allies and its future. Late last year, after more than a year of horror in this small strip of land, I thought we were finally seeing some progress toward the release of the remaining hostages, a long-term ceasefire, and an easing of the humanitarian crisis. There's been a growing public demonstration from Gazans bravely protesting for an end to the rule of Hamas. That's good news. These protesters face serious threats and risk of arrest by Hamas, but they still do it, knowing Hamas has to go and does not have the people's interest at heart in Gaza. But instead of building on these modest but important openings, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu continues to put his own political survival ahead of everything. Instead of a more surgical response to Hamas or offering a long-term vision for Gaza under a reformed Palestinian leadership, Netanyahu offers nothing. He blocked all aid to Gaza for 3 months, with experts warning of mass starvation. And he restarted the fighting with no short or long-term strategy. The only strategy is to keep his coalition Israel intact. Netanyahu knows his coalition won't stand for any kind of two-state solution, so he avoids this viable path, instead threatening untold innocent lives by blocking and undermining aid delivery and restarting a dubious military offensive. Key allies and the new Pope, Pope Leo, continue to make appeals to allow aid to flow into Gaza before the famine and starvation takes hold completely. Just the other day, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert said, and I quote, "The government of Israel is currently waging a war without purpose, without goals or clear planning, and with no chance of success." Those are the words of former Israeli Prime Minister Olmert. I implore our Israeli allies to pursue a renewed ceasefire that sees the release of all remaining hostages, allows sufficient aid to flow, and advances a serious post-war vision for 2 states. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Thank you.
I recognize the senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Kirsta Hackmeyer of our team be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I urge a no vote on Jim O'Neill to be the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. His nomination comes before the Senate as Republicans push ahead on an agenda that is going to cut Americans' health care by more than $1 trillion and cause 16 million Americans to lose their health coverage. The legislation is filled with ideas straight out of the for-profit insurance industry's playbook. Republicans are rolling out more red tape at a time when Americans are already sick of jumping through hoops so that insurance companies can continue to post profits. The legislation, in my view, is also a disaster for America's senior citizens. 1 million low-income seniors are going to see their Medicare premiums go up by nearly $200 a month. The legislation is going to make nursing homes less safe for frail older people. In a word, they are going to start taking the nurses out of nursing homes. If Mehmet Oz has his way, nursing homes would replace staff with AI bots. That is not going to work for a senior who needs help getting to the bathroom in the middle of the night. The legislation is going to hurt hundreds of thousands of seniors and kids with disabilities by reducing services for those who count on Medicaid to get care at home. Now, Americans have heard a lot about Medicaid in the bill, but the legislation is such a deficit buster that it's going to trigger $500 billion in Medicare cuts. This legislation is going to hit rural hospitals like a wrecking ball. This comes on top of the Trump administration stepping back from tough negotiations with the big pharmaceutical companies that would lower the cost of medicine. So here's the truth. Trump and the Republicans are willing to kick millions of folks off their health insurance and hurt older Americans so there'll be more tax breaks for corporations and the ultra-wealthy. Now, I asked Mr. O'Neill in the Finance Committee to basically give us a straight up or down on whether he's going to oppose cutting Medicaid, and I did that as part of the confirmation process. All he would do was repeat the same tired talking points about how only certain groups of people deserve health care. The Trump administration and Republicans in Congress are simply unwilling to defend the bill. They know it's morally bankrupt. They basically won't even talk about it in public. I guess that's why we're not having an open to all Finance Committee discussion, a markup of the bill, because I guess the Republicans would rather just pretend to make up what the bill actually is all about. Now, Mr. O'Neill has gone out of his way to defend Robert Kennedy's disastrous approach to prevent infectious diseases like measles. To make matters worse, Mr. O'Neill expressed his support for Kennedy's appalling views about the livelihoods of Americans with autism. As Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services, Mr. O'Neill would be Robert Kennedy's right-hand man. That person needs to be willing to challenge the Secretary's worst impulses, which the American people have now seen on full display. I see no evidence Mr. O'Neill is that person. Each day, Americans turn on the TV, pick up a newspaper, or turn on radio stations and podcasts only to hear that Donald Trump and his allies are ripping away basic health care from millions of Americans who are just trying to get by. These families are worried sick about what will be next on the chopping block. I want to make it clear, I don't think it makes sense to support a nominee who will do whatever Robert Kennedy says, including destroying Medicaid and the rest of the American health care system. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the O'Neill nomination. I yield back.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Arkansas.
Today, I speak to urge my colleagues to confirm John Eisenberg as the next Assistant Attorney General for the National Security Division at the Department of Justice. With more than 2 decades of government service, there's no question that Mr. Eisenberg has the experience, the know-how, and the qualifications needed to fulfill the duties and responsibilities of this important position. And in addition to his wide-ranging and impressive resume, I should note that Mr. Eisenberg also worked at the Department of Justice when the National Security Division was created in the first place. In fact, he was part of the very team that envisioned the division's role in using our law to help protect our nation against national security threats. So I believe Mr. Eisenberg will bring an invaluable breadth of experience and depth of knowledge to this role that will advance America's national security. Mr. Eisenberg is a family man, a patriot, and an exemplary American. I commend President Trump for nominating him to the position of Assistant Attorney General for the National Security Division. I thank Mr. Eisenberg for his willingness to answer the call to serve once again, and I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of his confirmation. Mr. President, I further ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Eisenberg nomination.
Without objection? Under the previous order, the question occurs on the O'Neill nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno,
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Capito, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Ernst, Fisher, Kennedy, Moreno, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Duckworth, Schatz, Warnock, Wyden. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Coons, no.
It's the same kind of trolley that goes between Capitol and Rayburn, and they have placards on the fronts and backs of those trolleys that are reserved for members. They also have more elevators that are reserved for members, and then during the votes, they turn off more.
Mr. Schiff, no.
So that makes sense.
Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Rosen,
They can't be in there that long.
no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye.
Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. White House. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Deans, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Height-Smith. Mrs. Height-Smith, aye. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Warren. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 43, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of John Andrew Eisenberg of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General, National Security Division, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of John Andrew Eisenberg of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. There we go. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Langford, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Risch, Sullivan, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, King, Markey, Peters, Rosen, Schatz, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye.
I'm voting yes.
Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. That's exactly. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Whitehouse? No. Mr. Murphy? No. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Thank you. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Reed? No. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Ms. Murray, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Durbin? No. Mr. Schumer? No. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Wicker? Aye. Mr. Husted? Aye. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Thune? Aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Thank you. Hey, we have some stuff for you. All right, thanks. Bye.
Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Sanders, no.
There we go. The yeas are 52, the nays are 43, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of Justice, John Andrew Eisenberg of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders. Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to introduce a resolution designating the month of June as Life Month, to honor the dignity of every human life and to thank those who protect the most vulnerable. It is also a time to renew our national commitment to defending the unborn. 3 years ago, the Supreme Court made an historic advance in the cause of life. In Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, the court overturned Roe v. Wade, a flawed decision that for nearly 50 years enshrined one of the most disturbing notions in our constitutional history, that the Constitution somehow protects the right to end the life of an unborn child. The fact is, Roe had nothing to do with the Constitution. It was invented whole cloth. It was the product of judicial activism, 9 justices legislating from the bench. And that dangerous path took decades to correct. Thankfully, in 2022, Roe was overturned. Dobbs did not impose any new policies from the bench. Instead, the task of protecting life falls where it always should have been, not in the hands of unelected judges, but in the hands of the American people. We, the people, now bear the duty, not just a legal duty, but a moral duty, to speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. I'm reminded of how important this fight is every January, when thousands gather in Washington, D.C. for the March for Life. People from across the nation come together and walk miles and miles and meet with endless offices and organizations on Capitol Hill to march for the unborn and the protection of life. They remind us that this is a movement of conviction, of compassion, and of courage. Walk into any pregnancy resource center in the country, and you'll see these values in action. Volunteers counseling scared young mothers, shelves stocked with diapers and baby clothes and supplies, medical care offered without a dime of government funding. You'll find pastors and priests comforting families, foster parents opening their homes, and women who've walked through the pain of abortion using their voices to offer hope and healing. Life is not an accident, and it's not a coincidence. It is a joy and a blessing from God. Life is the foundation of every other right we hold dear. Without it, there could be no liberty, no prosperity, no pursuit of happiness. That's why defending the right to life is a serious responsibility. Designating June as Life Month is our way of saying that a just society is measured by how it treats the most vulnerable among us. Let June be the month when we recommit to the American ideal that every single life has dignity, every little boy, every little girl. There is no person who is beneath the law's protection. That we're a nation not of death, but of life. A nation that chooses life. And that is a cause to celebrate. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from California is recognized.
the U.S. Navy has developed many traditions over its centuries of existence. Among them is the method of naming its ships. Most, though not all, aircraft carriers are named after U.S. presidents. The USS Truman, the Eisenhower, the Ford. Nuclear submarines are named after states. The Virginia-class and the Ohio-class, for example. The Navy is now partway through building its newest class of fleet replenishment oilers. These are the ships that resupply fuel to the rest of the Navy fleet and the aircraft operating on board those ships. These are the John Lewis class. I am immensely proud to have been a colleague of Congressman John Lewis in the House of Representatives, where I served alongside him from 2000 until his passing in 2020. I was lucky enough through our shared service to consider him a friend. He was just a wonderful, genuine, heroic, brave, courageous, upbeat individual. I never saw John Lewis have a bad day, never saw him less than anything other than optimistic about the future of our country. And I have another source of pride. The state of California, home to General Dynamics National Steel and Shipbuilding Company, NASCO, is where the oilers are being built. The ships in this class are, in addition to the John Lewis, named after California Governor and Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren, Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy, and Navy Lieutenant Harvey Milk, the San Francisco gay rights pioneer. 4 more ships are under construction: the USNS Lucy Stone, Sojourner Truth, Thurgood Marshall, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. The Harriet Tubman and Dolores Huerta are under contract. The Navy reports that the next 2 ships in the class will be named after Joshua Goldberg and Thomas Parham. The Navy has seen fit to honor these civil rights icons who spent their lives fighting for the rights of the American people by naming ships in their honor. We learned this week, however, that the Secretary of Defense, does not share the view that these leaders are worthy of the honor of recognition that the Navy has bestowed upon them. According to a statement from a spokesman, it is better to name defense installations and assets that are more aligned with, quote, the warrior ethos, whatever they mean by that. The Secretary of Defense, who testified at his confirmation hearing that today constitutes the most dangerous moment we have been in since the end of the Cold War and possibly since World War II, that Secretary of Defense is spending his time ordering department officials to remove the name of Harvey Milk from the second oiler in the John Lewis class of ships. Other ships may be similarly renamed. Now, Harvey Milk joined the Navy as a diver after graduating from college and saw action in the Korean War while serving on a rescue submarine from 1952 until 1954. He was forced to resign with an other than honorable discharge rather than being court-martialed for being gay. In 1977, he was elected to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors as the first openly gay official in the country. And on November 27, 1978, Milk was tragically shot by a fellow supervisor, Dan White. As many senators know, our former colleague, Dianne Feinstein, in whose seat I am now deeply honored to serve, was the first to find Harvey Milk's body after he had been shot to death, and to whom the job of holding San Francisco together then fell. Dianne Feinstein was a co-sponsor of the USNS Harvey Milk with her name welded into the hull. One wonders if the Secretary of Defense will try to remove that as well. I suspect it is no coincidence that the Pentagon released the news of the renaming of the USNS Harvey Milk at the beginning of Pride Month, and while Washington, D.C. hosts World Pride. You can draw a straight line between the Department of Defense in this administration removing Jackie Robinson from its official site and its terminating the first woman to lead the military services and a well-respected African-American chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, all without cause. I don't understand how these removals promote the warrior ethos. I don't understand how it promotes the warrior ethos to rename the military installation Fort Bragg using the fig leaf that it is now named for a different person of that name than the Confederate general for whom it is really connected. Engaging in such duplicitous word games seems more weak than warrior. The United States Senate should not stand by silently while U.S. civil rights icons, from John Lewis to Cesar Chavez to Dolores Huerta to Harriet Tubman, are erased from the Navy, just as the Pentagon has erased so many other figures from American history on its websites. And so today I offer a simple resolution with my California colleague, Alex Padilla. It says that the Senate believes it is important and worthwhile to honor civil rights leaders by naming ships after them, and expresses the Senate's view that the Department of Defense should not seek to remove these names. Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of S-Res 264 submitted earlier today, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Yes. Senator from North Carolina.
Back to America's first frigates commissioned by Congress. Then as now, the naming of a ship is not just a top-down affair. It demands the input and consideration of the journeymen and women who constructed her, as well as her prospective crew and captain, right down to the lowest-ranking sailor. Those individuals are known in naval tradition as plank owners. And that title brings with it an honor that they were the first to sail aboard a ship that will serve our country for generations. That is an honor that transcends political partisanship and differences of opinion, and it belongs to the sailors. It's no secret that the last administration took a top-down approach to the naming of our newest class of USNS Oilers. In doing so, they broke with important naval customs and traditions, and they robbed the USNS plank owners of the chance to name these vessels after what mattered most to them. It's true that civilian leaders in Congress and the White House have always had a say in ship naming as well. George Washington selected the names of our first 6 frigates, but he did so from a list provided by the plank owners, the ship's crew and captains. Navy tradition, like the name of a ship, lives in the hearts and minds of every sailor, and these traditions are vital to preserving the morale and fighting spirit of our forces. Resetting the stage is not a political issue. It's bringing things back in line with naval custom and tradition. It will allow the Secretary of the Navy to consider the input of new ship plank owners so that he can name this class of ships after the things that matter most to America's sailors. For these reasons, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, I appreciate the
Senator from
comments.
California is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments of my colleague. Past presidents and secretaries of the Navy have named these ships. They've named them after civil rights leaders, John Lewis, Thurgood Marshall. Joshua Goldberg, who lived from 1896 to 1994, was drafted into the Russian Army in World War I, emigrated to the United States, and became the first Jewish rabbi to volunteer for naval service in World War II, rising to the rank of captain. Thomas Parham, who lived from 1920 to 2007, was ordained in 1944 and served in shore assignments during World War II, and then returned to active duty as a chaplain during the Korean War, serving in Japan and becoming the Navy's first African-American sailor promoted to captain. These are inspiring people. Honoring them by naming ships after them tells young people that the United States welcomes them, all of them. Naming ships may fall to the executive branch, but I think Congress, with its constitutional duty to raise armies and navies, has an important role to play. Even so, this resolution, all it does is express approval of the existing names. It does not force the Navy to keep them, but it says that the individuals that have been named are worthy of that honor and distinction, and I would urge my colleagues to support the resolution. And I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. President, I wanted to just give a quick update on the project I was working on last week to my fellow senators. I spent last week during Memorial Day week in the Middle East. Angus King and I actually traveled to Baghdad, Erbil, Beirut, Amman, and then Angus left out for Turkey and I left out for Jerusalem. It's exceptionally helpful to be able to walk through the different countries in the region right now. Obviously, there's a tremendous amount of instability around Syria. We had the opportunity to be able to ask leaders in every single one of those countries about the future of Syria, the options that are there, what could happen. It is to America's best interest to be able to have a stable Middle East and a functioning relationship in all of those countries. Just a quick walkthrough of a couple of things that I think are important there. In Baghdad, they're actively working to be able to reach out to American companies. There's a real interest there and quite frankly, a growth in Baghdad's economy, in Iraq's economy. They're trying to be able to stabilize, though they are still very close to Iran and to Tehran. As chilling as it is, when I went in to meet with the Prime Minister, you can't go to the Prime Minister's office without going through the large traffic circle right outside of his office where he has a giant depiction of the martyr Soleimani in front of his office. That is the Iranian head of the IRGC that actively worked to kill as many Americans as possible. It was a reminder there are still challenges in this region while they're still welcoming to American businesses. In Erbil, in the Kurdish regional government, they truly love America. And it's a true Western feel when you get to Erbil. They're open for commerce, they're open for capitalism, they're still a part of Iraq, but they're very interested in turning their attention towards the Western world and towards engaging in a great deal of American business. In fact, one of the most prideful moments of the conversation were the American businesses that are coming through and engaging in the Kurdish regional government and in that area. And to be able to see, I counted 15 cranes across Erbil with the construction that's happening there. It's remarkable to be able to see the investment that's coming into that area. It's good for us to continue to be able to maintain relationships with that region, and they are grateful to be able to be partnered with the United States. But even they are saying to their Kurdish friends that are over on the eastern side of Syria that they should turn their attention towards Damascus in forming a unified Syrian government in the broad diversity that is Syria, with Kurds, with Turks, with Alawites, with Sunnis, with Shias, with Christians that are all in Syria in multiple different areas, and then in the broad swath of the desert area in the south to still see a stronghold for ISIS that remains in Syria. It was a reminder again of the challenges this new Syrian government has. It was interesting as well to me that every single one of the leaders that I met in the area all raised to me their gratitude for President Trump canceling the sanctions on Syria. They all said, we don't know exactly which way the Syrian government's going to go. It's too early to be able to tell, but American sanctions would have prevented them from ever being successful in the future. So they expressed their gratitude over and over again to the United States for giving Syria a shot to be able to form its own country, its own nation. When we landed in Beirut, we landed on a Sunday. It was the Sunday before Memorial Day Monday. And it was a sober reminder to wake up in Beirut at the embassy compound and to just walk that half block from where I was staying there over to the memorial that's on the embassy compound for the many, many lives that have been lost over the years in Beirut, including the 241 Marines that died in the Marine barracks in 1983. To be there on that ground on Memorial Day was sobering, to say the least. But I have to tell you, I've been to Lebanon multiple times. I've met with the Lebanese leaders multiple times and with the Lebanese armed forces. I have never left Lebanon more optimistic than I left Lebanon when I took off. New leadership there, the President Aoun, new prime minister there, focused on fixing the banking system in Lebanon, fixing the port, repairing the airport, getting their economic infrastructure in place. They said over and over again, we're not looking for assistance coming to us, we're looking for investors to be able to be here. That we want to be open for business. and to have people from all over the world to be able to come here to be able to do business. So we're going to get our systems right and get rid of corruption. They also said something that was a pretty remarkable statement. They said they want to have a monopoly on military weapons. Now, that may not seem like a big deal to us as Americans, but there have been two militaries in Lebanon for decades, Hezbollah's military and the Lebanese Armed Forces. In the places where Hezbollah's military stands, the Lebanese Armed Forces don't go until now. With Israel's bombardment of Hezbollah in the south, what is south of the Litani River, the Lebanese Armed Forces have moved in that area, and now the Lebanese army is actually defending Lebanon. Not some terrorist organization trying to be able to defend southern Lebanon. The Lebanese Armed Forces are actually stepping up to be able to do that. They're taking the lead in those areas and setting up the posts. The government there is very focused on getting weapons out of the Palestinian refugee camps that are there in Lebanon and defanging Hezbollah in the south and Hezbollah in the Bekaa Valley bordering with Syria. They're serious about taking on drug interdictions along their border with Syria. They're serious about trying to be able to balance things out. I have to give kudos to Morgan Ortegas. She's done a phenomenal job there, and her name came up over and over again in my meetings with the Lebanese leaders as they saw her as a straight shooter and a good negotiator between Israel and Lebanon to be able to establish a lasting border and a lasting peace and relationships. Their American leadership in what they call the mechanism there as well. That mechanism is helping monitor the ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, and they become a trusted partner to both sides of that border. We as the United States do make a difference when we engage in different parts of the world. Lebanon and Israel would not be experiencing the peace that they're experiencing right now if it was not for American engagement. No other country in the world walks in and has the reputation that the United States of America does, so it allows us to be able to step in and help provide stability by just our presence and our engagement to be able to be there. It's not large numbers of Americans that are there, but it is to America's benefit to see peace between Lebanon and Israel. Not just because of two countries far away in the Middle East, but in Israel, there are 700,000 Americans in Israel right now. Right now. And if we want to be able to stand with those Americans that are right now in Israel, we don't want to see Hezbollah rockets coming at our citizens from the north. We also have hundreds of thousands of Lebanese Americans and their families and Americans living in Lebanon. We should continue to be able to have our relationships and our engagement there to be able to provide a stable, lasting peace. And there is a shot for that, like there has not been for decades between Lebanon and Israel. When we left out from Lebanon, we went to be able to meet the king in Amman, Jordan. He's a trusted partner of the United States, and he's passionate about bringing a peaceful relationship with the entire region. He is somebody who actively wants to see stable relationships in a stable region. And he's doing the work that it takes. Hard work in that region on things like water. It's not a simple thing for everywhere in the world like it is in most places in the United States, but when you're in Jordan, that's a tough challenge. But the ability to be able to bring nations together, to be able to provide that kind of engagement with the country of Jordan and our friendship with the king there matters. We left out from Amman and I drove into Jerusalem. Israel's facing very real risks. This body knows it well, and we've had plenty of conversations about it for a very long time. The United States stands with our ally Israel. It was interesting for me to be able to see Israeli press there that has a whisper going out among Israeli press that the United States is walking away from Israel. That is far from the truth. The United States continues to stand with our ally and friend Israel. But Israel is facing a multi-front war. And what they're dealing with day after day after day, we as Americans would never put up with. We are now about 612 days past October the 7th of last year. There are still hostages being held in Gaza today. Today, there are still hostages. There's still challenges being faced every single day. The day that I arrived in Israel happened to be the first day that a new strategy for getting humanitarian aid into Gaza started that day. It was a chaotic day of a brand new plan of how do we not have huge bags of flour and food be delivered, and then Hamas scoop those up, and then Hamas tries to be able to portion it out as they choose, and instead to deliver boxes of food to a family where it would have a week's worth of food there to a group of people who have no chance to be able to get to a grocery store, no chance to be able to get options for food. And so they experimented with a brand new way to be able to do that, which was, by the way, an American-Israeli partnership to be able to deliver that food into Gaza. That first chaotic day, tens of thousands of boxes of food were delivered to Gazans who are desperate in that. That led to the second day a little better, the next day a little better, the next day a little better, as each day they try to figure out how to maintain security, how to maintain order, how to register people, and to be able to make sure as many people as possible are getting as much food as possible, and to be able to get that out to people who desperately need the help. Each day that humanitarian aid is getting better and better and better as they are learning how to be able to do it more effectively now. That's important to us because we care about all human life. We're Americans. We have people that we disagree with strongly, but we still care about the dignity of human life. So we're watching that aid actually go into the country, and I'm proud that we as the United States, as private citizens in the United States, are a part of delivering that aid that is desperately needed there. But I would tell you, my conversation in Israel with key leadership there, including with the Prime Minister, always circles around the threat of Iran. Always. Because the rockets that are coming in from Gaza were paid for by Iran. The rockets and missiles, unmanned drones that were coming in from southern Lebanon were paid for by Iran. The missiles and rockets that are coming in from Yemen against Israel are paid for by Iran. As they face all the challenges all around, I could go on and on and on. As they face all the challenges that are around them, we cannot forget the Iranian people live under the thumb of an oppressive Iranian regime that is not just oppressive to their own people, they're the destabilizing force in the entire region. And the one thing that is clear in this is we've got to make sure we strengthen our sanctions against the Iranian regime so that they cannot have more money to do more acts of terrorism, and they can never, ever, ever have a nuclear weapon. That means no enrichment. That means no centrifuges. That means no opportunity to be able to create a nuclear weapon. Iran has used their centrifuge technology to be able to enrich uranium up to 60%. There is zero purpose for highly enriched uranium other than a weapon. They cannot at one moment say they're not trying to weaponize, and at the next moment brag about how much they've enriched uranium. Those two don't go together. So we as Americans have to be vigilant. Because if you look at the flag of the Houthis in Yemen, the flag of the Houthis in Yemen has 5 phrases on it. Let me give you 2 of them. Death to the Jews, death to the Americans. That's not a banner they have randomly hung up. That's their national flag. They're serious about it. And I think we shouldn't just say, no, they're kidding. They're not. So we cannot allow the Iranians to continue to be able to arm the rest of the area and to be able to bring the fight to us and pretend that's never going to happen. We've learned the lesson of 2001. People that are far away will do what they can in their deep hatred to come to us. So we should make sure that the Iranian regime never gets a nuclear weapon and that we remain clear and concise on that. There's a lot of things that we can continue to be able to talk about as we talk about multiple regions around the world. But as we focus on so many areas around the world, we cannot lose focus on the Middle East. The opportunities and the promise that's there, but also the threats that still remain. So let's stay vigilant. With that, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, Senator from Oklahoma.
Ask unanimous consent we waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Shumate nomination.
Without objection.
I would ask unanimous consent for a roll call vote to begin immediately.
Without objection. The question occurs in the nomination. Is it a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino,
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Marino, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Thune, Tillis, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Kim, King, Merkley, Murphy, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock. No. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen. Aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey. No. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman. No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville. Aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters. No. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin. No. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner. No.
Miss Slotkin. Miss Slotkin. No. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker. No. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. No. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane. No. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Yes. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. Under this order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Brett Shumate of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on a nomination of Brett Shumate of Virginia to be Assistant Attorney General shall be brought to a close? Then the yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. No. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yep. Thank you. You too. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Thanks. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Did he vote? No. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, I got you. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, Moody, Marino, Paul, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Warner, Warnock, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Wyden, no.
Ms. Cantwell? No. Mrs. Fisher? Aye. Thank you. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. McCormick? Aye. Mr. Mullen? Aye. Mr. Bozeman? Aye. Mr. Langford? Aye. Ms. Murkowski? Aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 40, and the motion to invoke cloture is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Brett Shumate of Virginia to be an Assistant Attorney General.
Recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today is the last session day for our spring pages, and I want to thank them for their service to the Senate and to our country over the last few months. The Senate could not do all that we do without their hard work. Work that they do at all hours of the day, late at night, and while keeping them up with schoolwork. So to this year's pages, thank you for all that you've contributed to the Senate this session, and best of luck in all your future endeavors. Now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to submit the names of the spring 2025 page class into the congressional record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 49.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Environmental Protection Agency, David Fatui of Virginia to be Deputy Administrator.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of David Fatui of Virginia to be Deputy Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 112.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Agriculture, Stephen Vaden of Tennessee to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Stephen Vaden of Tennessee to be Deputy Secretary of Agriculture, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 117.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Housing and Urban Development, Andrew Hughes of Texas to be Deputy Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Andrew Hughes of Texas to be Deputy Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S.Res. 266, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 266, designating May 2025 as ALS Awareness Month.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, June 9th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved, a date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, at 5:30 p.m. on Monday, the Senate proceed to executive session and execute the order of June 4th with respect to the Shumate nomination. Finally, notwithstanding Rule 22, the cloture motions filed on June 5th ripen following disposition of the Shumate nomination, and if any nominations are confirmed during Wednesday's session of the Senate, I should say during Monday's session of the Senate, the motions reconsidered be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection, so
President,
ordered.
if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.